Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another day of live trading on SDtv. As always, we have Aaron to kick things off for us this morning. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Morning, Mr. Wolf. Morning, Lar. How we doing? We got a press conference going on right now, guys, so be safe. Morning, Miss Tomika. Always a pleasure. Yes, we have a press conference right now, guys. Frank, good morning. Omar, good morning. Hope things are good out east, guys. Morning, Darren. Should be a wild day. I was just watching the press conference right before we got on here. Morning, Mr. Paz. So things could be a little wild here. I'm not sure what's being said. Like I said, I watched part of it. Was watching part of it right before we got on here. All right. Morning, RC. If anybody hears anything from that press conference as it's going on here, because I'm on, like I said, I'm on with you guys. So if anything groundbreaking comes out of that press conference, please share with the class. Morning, Lyle. All right. Okay, well, let's get started here, guys. We got a lot to cover today. It's on YouTube. It's the Secretary Hegseth. It's the Pentagon press conference right now. Yeah. I think it's on Fox. That's where I was watching it. Yeah. So, okay. All right. So, starting off on news. Now, obviously, we got everything going on this morning. So we'll see how that all shakes out. But as far as econ news, we've got our Chicago PMI at 945. Now, be aware of this, right? Because that will cause a blip. All right. And then we've got jolts at 10 a.m. and CB consumer confidence. This jolts, remember, that was Janet Yellen's favorite report when she was Treasury Secretary. But just be aware of that 10 a.m. Don't let that sneak up on you, because that will absolutely move us around. They're forecasting a 6.89. So we'll see where that would put us right about here. All right, so we'll see how the market responds to that more than anything. Okay? But that's it. And then going the rest of the week, we've got pretty major news events Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay? So we're just getting the week started here. All right? Just getting the week started. Okay. So let's get to it. All right. Good morning, Miss Mary Rose. Good morning, Miss Amanda. Got all the ladies representing. Good to see. All right. So if you guys just got on, there's a press conference going on that started around 8 o'clock. Okay. So just be aware that there is stuff going on right now. All right. So you want to be safe with that. There we go. All right. Okay. It's good to see. It's good to see family, isn't it, Frank? It's good to see family. All right. Okay, so starting off on the VIX. All right, so this is where we are. Big developments all over the place here. Okay. Now, let's just zoom out so you guys can see. All right, on our larger time frame, right, there's still this massive resistance level above us, right? From was that April 9th? Yeah, April 9th of last year to our lows down here on the 19th, August 20th of 25. Okay, that's that resistance level. Now we have come into that resistance level, and we have now broken this extension long that was holding us up yesterday. And we know extension longs on the VIX and extension shorts on the indices usually don't last very long, right? So this extension long broke at this resistance level. Okay, that's all well and good. It was a 65, don't need to round down, just a 60, and we traded all the way down here to 35. So this extension long broke. All right. So what's below us now? Well, what is below us if you zoom out? Okay, we've had these 1580s, right, that have just ran us up since beginning of January. Okay, January 13th. All right, they ran us up once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and that's what we're sitting inside of right now. So there could be, excuse me, from this low on the 17th, okay, this lows to highs. So that's what could be below us. That's what could lift us off, lift us right back off. Okay. Now, when you zoom in, okay, after that extension broke, this is what's been holding us down all morning. We just traded it. Okay, absolutely just traded it. So that's just from our Tuesday, our actually Globex overnight here at 1:15 a.m. Eastern. Okay, we traded it once right there, twice right there, and this is number 3. So if this continues to hold, that can continue to lead us down and lead the indices higher until we see what happens when the VIX gets to this halfway back. Now, if that would break, okay, since we broke the extension long and we haven't traded support yet, what that means is we could come all the way halfway back, okay, of this whole move. All right, so that's what we're going to watch going into this morning are these overnight highs to lows right there. These continue to hold, great. We're going to continue to go down. Indices are going to continue to rally. If we break these, all right, and that would be 27.15, don't need to round, just add a tick, 20. If we break the 20s and trade 25s, then we can squeeze all the way back up into these 27.80s up here. Okay. And if that happens, the indices are going to make significant pullbacks. Well, I wouldn't say pullbacks at this point. I'd say a significant indices sell-off. Okay. But if these continue to hold, like I said, they can lead us down into this larger support below us. That's the only real support we know about. Yeah, there's this that we were trading off of earlier. That could get in the way down there. So there's 2 different support levels. Do you guys see what I did there? That's that initial draw down here from the 23rd. That's where we started this, right there. And then we went into extensions. So let's use that one. It's a little bit more conservative, or I'm sorry, a little bit more aggressive. So we want to make sure we see what we're running into. All right, so those 25.95s. All right, that's what we're going to be watching. Now let's see here, coming off of this support. Now again, this press conference is going on, so we could get some weird stuff here. You can see it's trying to hold this little long from lows. Oops. All right, so that's where we are. That's where we are in the VIX, right there. I know that might have been confusing, but that's where we're sitting. All right. So if this continues to fall from these overnight highs to lows, right, indice upside. This starts to squeeze. Indices are going to make that definitely make that sell off, possibly back down to the bottom of their ranges. All right. You can see this little short's profit target is right here. All right. Okay, so any questions? I know that was a lot. If you need me to go over something again, let me know. Anybody? Everybody good? Okay. All right. All right, we'll see where we are. Okay, here we go. That overnight short on the VIX doesn't really exist on the ES, does it? No, we're looking at that extension on the ES that hasn't broken yet. All right. With a press conference going on, it would be good to look at a smaller time frame. I don't, Mary Rose. I just always stick with this because that gives me what I need. But depending, obviously, on the time frame that you're trading, yeah. But this still gives me the 15-minute is the sweet spot for direction for what I look at on the VIX, right? Because that still determines our trend. Right. That's the beautiful thing about what we do is price is the same, whether we look at it on a 1 minute, a 10 minute, a 15, a 20, a weekly, right? Price is still in the same spot. Yep. So I just leave it on this because I know that if this breaks, I know we're going up here, right? If we hold, I know we're going down here. And then I know if we get down here and we break shorts, then we're squeezing back higher. If we hold shorts, we're going to continue down. Yep. The only time I do, Mary Rose, is a situation like this right here. I might go down to the 5 minute just to give me a better picture to see if we have broken the opposing move yet. It just helps me see it a little bit better. So 61, 60, 55. Yeah. No, we didn't. Not yet. That's the only time I won't watch it on that. See how it gets really thin? Right? That's it. That's why I don't look at it on the 5 minute because it moves around like a guy in suit of armor, right? It goes clunk, 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 clunk. So if it made a noise, there you go, Tamika. There's one for you. If the VIX made a noise, it'd be clunk, 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 clunk. So that's the only time I will. I won't leave it on this very long, like I said, because it gets really thin and my eyeballs don't like that. So every now and then, like if we get a great big green candle or something, or a great big red candle, and I want to see a pullback, sometimes I'll go to the 5 minute just so I can see that, but not for the overall trend. Right, not for the overall trend. Because if you look too small here, right, like on the 5 minute, you can see like, oh, is there a trend there? Is there a little trend here? And I start getting weird, right? Start getting weird. So that's the only time I do it, Mary Rose, is when I want to see that. Yeah, of course. I'm glad my explanation of clunk, clunk, clunk and barcodes and thin made sense to you. I appreciate that. All right, so we'll see. There we go. Okay. All right. Okay, so there's we are. Any other questions, guys, on the VIX? You like that? You like that, Nate? There you go. Just how my brain works. We got to deal. You guys only have to deal with it a couple times a day. I have to deal with this thing in my head all day long. It's good times up there sometimes. Really good times up there. All right. Thanks, Nate. Okay. All right. So Holding as of now. Yes, the car with the square wheels. Very good. Very good. We haven't thought of that one in a while. Very good, Nate. Yeah, that one's from way back. All right, so as of now, we're still holding these overnight highs to lows. Looks like things are kind of dying down here a little bit. All right. Okay, so moving on. I know you don't. That's right. I remember that one. All right, so our financials. Now, more than likely, bank's going to gap up today unless something really dramatic happens. So this is getting really fascinating here, really, really interesting on bank because overall we're still in a downtrend. But remember last week, Thursday, or not last week, Thursday, 2 Thursdays ago, the 19th, to our highs on the 23rd, there was that very, very, very first pullback of any sort that held on our financials, on bank. Remember, this is just an index too. This isn't traded. So these draws are just guide. During the nastiest of indices sell-offs, bank has been holding this. All right. So we'll see where we open up and what direction we get moving today. But as of right now, we're still holding this. Now, if this breaks, bad news, right? Bad news for the indices if that breaks. All right, there is this short from highs. Again, this is just a guide, right? So we'll see where we open, what direction we get moving. But we are still potentially, right, holding a level that could give us financial strength, which when bank is going up, that's a positive environment for the indices. Bank is going down, that's a negative environment. Okay? Doesn't move tick for tick. All right. Okay, so moving on to the ES. Now, here's where we are. This is the extension that the VIX broke, but we're going to leave it up for now. Okay. This is those last Tuesday, lows to lows. This was the inverse of the VIX, and the VIX broke this. Okay, but the ES hasn't yet. And normally we would delete this draw, but we're going to leave it up for now. Okay, because obviously it's acting as resistance. So if for some reason the VIX would get down here to this pullback and lift off, the indices more than likely will not have broken that extension, and we can use this draw in conjunction with that. Okay. Not much more has happened to declare victory. Okay, thanks, Miss Maribeth. And I saw last night, or I heard something about last night too, about something. I don't. It was something about keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed, but potentially ratcheting down. I don't know what it was, but whatever it was, the market liked it. Right. That's all we're too concerned about right now. Okay, so those Tuesday, so who knows what can happen today. Remember, we do have jolts at 10, so that's a firm news event we can count on. So we'll see. All right, so those Tuesday lows to lows right there, right? Now this is what we can watch inverse of the VIX, right? Now we don't really have the overnight series like we do. I mean, you could make a case. This is super small. You could make the case that we do from those overnight lows to highs, but we're just going to leave this up as it is. Just use the VIX as your guide, right? Use the VIX as your guide. Now, gap fill, all right? 63.8775. So that's down here. All right, so 87, 97, 07, 1775. So we would need 1775. Let's see. That was a great year, 1775. Oh, look. See that? Did anybody see that? Tamika? Means it's going to be a good day. Man, I hope somebody saw that. Tamika, especially you. I hope you saw that. All right. Thank you. It's like the third time ever. All right. That's not easy to do. That's like Daniel's son getting the fly with the chopsticks, right? That is not easy to do. All right. So anyway, after that successful 30-point level drop situation, 87, 97, 07, 17. So that's 30 points away. Okay. You can see how far away we are from 30 points. Now, if we do start, if this does hold and the VIX holds those lows and starts to lift off, and we do start to trade back down in this direction, absolutely pay attention to the half. Okay. You like that, Nate? Hey, Luke, what's up? Hopefully you caught my Danielson comments. All right. Definitely keep an eye on the half if we do start to trend that way. Okay. So, yeah, that would be the VIX more than likely making this pullback. All right. Let's see. Dario's. I think I know exactly what you're talking about, Dario. Where is it? March 9th. I think this is what you're talking about right here. And this is the one that potentially the NASDAQ has. The only reason we're not drawing this one is because of the series that we are drawing it on the NASDAQ. We're not drawing it on the ES because here's the series on the ES. Okay, there was our pullback there. Yes, we went to and through the target, but we made pullbacks all the way down. Pullback there, target. Pullback there, target. We haven't gone through that target, right? So all of these had pullbacks. So there weren't any extensions yet. But you'll see what you're talking about, the NASDAQ does. Okay. So you can see in this situation, tapped our target, let's do the tick right there. And then we'd have this pullback. Now, what's getting in the way of this pullback is this extension, right? So you can see if we break this, we got a ways to go. It might get us through the rest of the week. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. So that's where we're sitting. Again, if we do start in the direction of the fill, make sure you pay attention to that half. And that half right now would be right about here. All right. Isn't that something? Look at this. I move this over. All this morning, that half gap fill level. Isn't that something? Right. Even before the market opens, it's just halfway between the fill and price up there. Isn't that something? Fascinating stuff. Okay. All right. So now moving on to the NASDAQ. Here's that little different draw on the NASDAQ. All right. Here's the pullback on the daily chart on the NASDAQ, right? You can see that went to and through its target, okay? Before we made another full pullback. All right. So that is what we're using right there on the NASDAQ. All right. That daily extension short. All right. That's drawn from, what was that? February 6th. What was this? February 5th. Yeah, February 5th, lows to lows. Okay, again, we'll let the, as always, we'll let the ES gap fill and the VIX be our guide here. But you can see if this extension would break, you know where we're going, right? So this is pretty much a straight down or not at all, right? On the indices. Okay. Okay, let's see on the weekly time frame for the ES. All right, let's look at that. All right, weekly time frame for the ES. You have an extension long drawn from 121.25. 120. Oh, this little guy right here. Yeah, that broke. That was the next one we were watching. That was the next one in our series that broke. Yeah, this absolutely broke. We had traded it once to a target, or no, we had traded it once, didn't get to a target. We still had those 71.43s, and then we had like our 74 something up there. But yeah, that broke. That absolutely broke. So all that we know right now, Amanda, is our next support level, potential support level, is drawn from these tariff tantrum lows to highs. Yep. You got it. I assume that's what you're talking about. Was this extension long right here? Yep, it broke. But that's what was holding us up forever. Right there. That's what was holding us up. Never 71.40, that's what it was. 71.40. Never got there, and then it failed. So let's go back to our traditional draw, like I said, from those April, the tariff tantrum lows to highs. Yep. And we'll see if we get all the way down there. That's what it looks like. Loch Ness Monster, right? Loch Ness Monster pattern. Flipper, flipper, head. All right, there we go. See it? All right, let's get rid of these so nobody sees that. All right, okay. All right, so there's the NASDAQ, February 5th, lows to lows. All right, God, motor skills. All right, okay. Oh, here's the YM. All right, from March 23rd, highs to lows. It's just going down in a series of traditional measurements. All right, boom, no target yet. Need this little worker bee in here. All right, and those haven't broken, but keep an eye on bank, right? Because the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank's movements. Okay, so we'll see going into the morning. All right, bank opens up and rallies. We could have something potentially brewing here on the YM and the Russells. Okay, not really drawing up this long yet because I really want to see what bank's going to do when it opens up. Just watch the VIX. All right, watch the VIX. As long as the VIX stays below that overnight highs to lows, these guys can continue to rally. Now the Russells, okay, still in shorts. There's no doubt about it. Okay, still in shorts. The most recent one is from our highs on March 23rd to our lows on March 29th, right there. Okay, never hit our target, but look what we did. Right. Here's our next worker bee move inside of that. Broke. All right, so could there be this long from lows? There absolutely could be. And again, we'll see when bank opens up. We'll see when bank opens up. All right, and we could start a whole situation going on to the upside. Okay. So keep an eye on that. Just keep an eye on bank. You can see things. Remember, these markets don't change trend on a dime, right? They can't do that like we can. It's like turning the Pacific Fleet around. It takes a while, right? Turning the Titanic around. Okay. So we're trying. You can see I'm trying, but we'll see. Wow, 8:45 already. Okay. Any questions? VIX bank indices. All right, so the VIX broke its opposing move here. So we'll see. VIX bank indices. All right. Everybody good? Okay. All right, Bitcoin. All right, Bitcoin has broken its opposing move. This is what it's in now. From January 14th of this year to lows, that's what we traded. We broke the long from lows, and excuse me, these are the shorts from highs, and it's getting aggressive. Right? Remember, we're in the winter. We got plenty of time. All right, here was our first pullback off of those highs. Right? Boom, boom. Here's number two. We're just going down in a series, and we don't know we're going to go down in a series until we start it. But boy, did we ever start it. There we go. So targets are down here at 63. Ultimate targets down at 33.5. Okay? That is something. That is something. That's awesome. All right. So there we go. Just going down in stair steps here. All right. If we get down to these targets, all that we're going to know is to draw from that high to our lows, because that's the next in the series. Okay. So there's Bitcoin. All right. Crude oil. Now, crude oil's in this extension long, right? This is the second iteration of this extension long. Okay, that's drawn from the 26th. I remember we traded this to the tick. Bang, right there. Target, profit taking coming off the target. Same anchor, new high. And that's where we are right now. So if this extension holds, right, could lift off. That's going to put a headwind against the indices. Okay, because crude oil is acting as a leading indicator right now. So, but if we break these extensions, we've got a much larger pullback to make. And even crude oil falling, any of this weakness, right, is going to put a tailwind behind the precious metals, or behind the indices. Okay, now if we lift back off our support, there go the indices down. Okay, because this is affecting the Fed fund futures, which in turn are then affecting the indices, right? Okay, so there we go. So there's crude oil. All right, still over $100 a barrel. Brent's even higher. So there we go. We'll see kind of that magical $100 mark. All right, now onto the precious metals. So gold is trying. There's this extension short from March 3rd to our lows that we have just been churning and battling inside of this thing for a while. If this breaks these 46, 59, 30s, we can start a whole new trend. Targets are 65.02 and we're at 4,600. So basically $2,000 an ounce away. We'll do that math in your head if you have one contract, right? So here's the situation on the smaller time frames leading us up. We are in a series of longs. All right, coming out of these lows, here's our first pullback from the 26th to our highs here on the 27th, right there. Okay, we finally hit that target right there. Okay, just going up in a series from that low to where we hit the target. There we go. Okay, so that's what we're looking at right now. All right, if we're going to keep going straight up, it's got to do it from there. Okay, so it's trying. It hit this larger target up here, right, from this massive draw down there. So if we do end up breaking this, we're going to make this full pullback, more than likely. Okay, but that's what's holding us up right now. So go gold, go. Just poke your little head up above there, 46, 59, 30. Okay, so there's gold. Here's silver. All right, looking good. Now silver's got this short above us, but silver's been holding longs for a while. And here's the series on silver from this low on the 26th to our highs here on the 30th. There was that pullback we were in yesterday. Remember, we've been talking for a few days now about keep an eye on the precious metals, keep an eye on the precious metals. They're starting to hold longs. They're starting to hold longs. And it held and then ripped. There's the target. So we're at the profit target right now of that long setup, right? And here, after we hit the profit target right there, this next, if we're going to go up in a series, right? Right there, that next one is holding. Now, if that breaks, we can come all the way halfway back. But we're in longs. Like dips are being bought now. Okay, instead of rips being sold. So it's just a matter of where is our support. Okay, now news could come out and it could fall, whatever. Markets do anything they want. But that's the series that we're in right now. So looking pretty good. Pretty fly for a white guy on the precious metals. All right. Okay, now on to the dollar. All right, check that out. Finally, some dollar weakness. Finally. All right. Batman, yes. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, Nate. I love it. That's what we call the head and shoulders pattern here. Batman. All right. I saw one of your bat houses on Sunday, Nate. I'm gonna send it to you. All right. So dollar weakness, finally, at least a little bit of it. Okay. We've been in these longs. This next long from lows, DXY broke. Now DXY is not the dollar, it's just a bunch of different currencies put together in an index. Okay, so we don't really know what potentially could be our next support level. There could be the halfway back, whatever. This is when you get into the DXY can lie situation, because there's been something going on with the euro and the yen. So all we know right now, this is dollar weakness, and it's the first dollar weakness we've seen in a while. Okay, and that dollar weakness is going to put a tailwind behind the precious metals and the indices, right? So it doesn't mean they're going to go up tick for tick or anything, but it dropped the headwind against them, at least for the time being. All right, so here's the dollar yen. Okay, there it's coming into its pullback, but you can see its next pullback is way down here. All right, and that's from March 19th to March 29th. That's down here. And you can see it's holding these shorts from highs, right? Leading us down. That's dollar weakness. Okay, thank goodness, right? At least for the dollar strength's just been relentless. It's been absolutely insanely relentless for a while. So even this just little reprieve from dollar strength is a welcome breath of fresh air. Okay. All right. Now here's the euro. Look what the euro did. So there was a series leading us down. Boom, 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 boom. That's up. The next in that series of shorts was from March 30th. Okay, we have the one from here. Boom, boom, right there. Okay, we were going down in stair steps. Boom, boom. That's the next one. Broke. Okay, so we can come halfway back. All right, halfway back, all the way from up here. See, we've got room. So we can watch these pullbacks. All right, so you can see we've got room now finally for some dollar weakness. And this is dollar weakness right now. Okay? So if we do make a pullback, there could be an entry here. As long as we don't get here first, there could be an entry here into a long. If we don't go, like I said, if we don't go straight up and get straight there first. Okay? All right, so where are we? Okay, VIX still holding that overnight highs to lows. All right, targets are down here at 26. All right, indices. Oh, let me put it on the 15 so we can look at the gap fill. Okay, indices, we're still eyeballing that extension. Okay, like I said, normally we delete this when the VIX broke it, but we're going to leave it up for now, just because we decided to. But from the 24th to our lows here on, what in the hell is that thing? On the 29th, on Monday, overnight, Sunday night, Monday. All right, right there. Gap fill way down here, 63.87.75. We saw my magic drop that at 17.75. But remember, this gap fill, you know, if we hold this like we did yesterday, we filled the half and we eventually filled the full. So it's all about the VIX. All right, all about the VIX. Considering it's Tuesday, there's a level we should watch for Wall Street wanting its fill. Seems like to be up at 29 now. What we're going to watch for, all right, yes, if we squeeze higher, Wall Street always gets its fill, right? So if they're going to squeeze us up here, you'll see this break. Okay, Wall Street will get its fill, potentially roll us back over. All right, just let price tell you. That could absolutely be there. Now remember, 10 a.m. on Tuesday, 10 a.m. Eastern, that's usually when our real week starts, and that's when the high participation kicks in. Okay, so this open could be wild, right? This open could absolutely be wild because this is the most bullishness we've seen in a while. So you'll see how market participants are going to respond to that. All right, we're getting this little pop off of lows here. What is this? Let's look at this. No. Okay. Oops. All right, so that's the support level we're going to be watching. All right, are those March 23rd lows to highs? That's the more aggressive one. And what'll tell us is if these shorts break. If these shorts break, we'll probably have pullbacks all the way back up into here, and then we'll see if that holds. If that doesn't hold, it's just off to the races. Okay. All right. Very welcome, Dario. Okay. Any other questions, guys? Everybody good? Okay. Remember, we got news at 9:45. You can see a little blip, so don't get caught up by that, or don't get caught in that. And then we have our big news at 10. Okay. All right. Very good. Let's have a great morning, everybody. Tyler, you good?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Aaron. All right, guys, and we will be back on random question, but it's hard to say for support. I mean, I don't know if Aaron answered your question or not. I think sometimes they are slightly different. They can do slightly different things. They're not always exact. Anyway, that being said, we will be back on to Trade Live with Zach today, as is always the case on Tuesdays. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back on in probably the next 10 or 15 minutes here. Good morning, everybody. We are back to Trade Live. We're here with the man himself, Zach, Austin Trades. What's up, Zach? How are you? How was your weekend?
What's going on? It was good. Just hung out, much needed.
Nice,
Nothing
nice,
crazy. How about
nice.
you?
Well, what are you watching for today? Coming into market open here. Anything looking good to you?
Yeah. So I got a couple things on watch here. I'm kind of open to like a bunch of different scenarios. Right, the market's getting a pretty decent gap up, like a 1% plus gap up here. Um, we're kind of gapping up into resistance, hourly 20 EMA pushing previous day highs. So we're kind of gapping into an awkward spot. But I have kind of longs and shorts on the table today. So a couple of longs I have. This is one that I was watching yesterday. I didn't pull the trigger on it, and of course, we get news over the overnight, which seems just to be the common theme here. But I was looking at TSEM. This is one of the stronger names in the market recently. Um, I was actually watching for it back a couple weeks ago when the daily flipped, and I was looking for an entry, and then it just absolutely flew on this Thursday here, going from 135 or so to 166. Never pulled back, ripped all the way to 195. Now it got the pullback the daily 20. So I was looking to go long there. As you can actually see, it just missed my alert to like go look for a long there. Then I passed on it after a bounce a bit, now getting a little bit of a gap. So the hourly still in a downtrend and is the 15. So I need to see one or both of those back to the upside for me to want to take a long. If that happens, I'm open to it because if this pullback holds, again, if it probably swings back up to the highs or at least maybe some type of lower high around 183s and something like that, but at least enough to get us some points. Next up here is in Marvel. I haven't traded this ticker in a while, but it got a nice post earnings gap up, kind of went sideways for a bit, pop, drop, and now it got some news and we're getting nearly a gap over red. So we're getting nearly a gap over red. The hourly still flipped to the downside 15. Everything's still, as of right now, bearish. However, if we can dip and then get back over the opening print, maybe flip the hourly, we can look to go long, targeting 100, and then really above 100, we can open up back up to like the 110 to 112 area, which is going to be a good swing. So that's what I got for the longs, and now I have some shorts, which so I currently do have a small lotto position in SNDK. I have some SNDK put debit spreads, but I'd be open to like a more like substantial position. This week, my kind of thought process for options is just small risk because I don't really want to enter new swings quite yet because today is the last day of Q1, so sometimes we see some um, rebalancing, some fuckery, and then with that being said, it's also a short week. So just for me, I'm not really interested in putting a lot of risk on for a new swing just yet. So yesterday, and I have still a couple runners, but I closed the majority of my position. I took some STX put debit spreads, and those went about 150%. Still have a couple with a stop that I'll put at break even. If it gets back up to like 380, probably it'll trigger. But I have a couple more of those. Similar idea with SNDK. The only thing with SNDK is it had a little bit more room. When I entered it yesterday, I said it's definitely possible post a daily inside bar today, so we'll see. But that's one that I'm watching for the short side because it has room. If we get underneath yesterday low, we have a pivot here at like 516, call it 517, and then a lot of confluence here at this 486 level and the weekly 20 EMA. So that 486 is the big target there. And then obviously it will be market dependent. We obviously got news, market capped up over 1% overnight, so we'll see what happens here. Next up for the short side is OKLO. Tagged the daily 8 yesterday, very weak, breaking this pretty significant pivot area. Now I'm looking for a pop and drop under yesterday's lows, targeting this $39 $40 gap, this big open gap that hasn't been filled since basically last year. So I'm going to target that if we get a short entry. And then the last setup, which is probably my favorite setup overall of the day, is in VRT. VRT here just flipped to the downside, similar look to the SNDK, the STX. However, it's kind of losing this post earnings power earnings gap that we got. And if you look at the weekly, we're underneath the weekly 8 as of now. So we have the weekly 20 EMA around 212 to target, and we also have this open gap fill, which is kind of the previous resistance area that then got gapped through. So it's a really nice looking short that I'm going to look to take if the market rolls or if this name has relative weakness. So either or of those scenarios. I'm still aware it could pop a little bit more, but just for some type of pop, maybe gap fill, level retest, hourly 8 back under this area for a short because there's a lot of room there. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. We'll see. I'm looking also for, I will say for the indices, I'll be looking for shorts near the open, some type of pop back under the opening print. I would be looking for shorts. It could get all the way up to yesterday high potentially, but we'll see.
Well, nice. It gives us a lot to keep an eye on.
Oh yeah.
Also, when you said pop and drop it, it made me think I got to get like a pop and drop it button. Play some sort of pop and drop it animation on the screen.
Yeah.
It's got to be a new one.
Yeah. That's funny because I basically, one of the things I always look for is, gap over level, a dip back over the opening print. Some people call it like a dip and rip.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I need something for the other way around, so I can just pop and drop.
Pop and drop it. Pop and
yeah.
It makes me want to sing the pop, lock, and drop it.
Yeah, right.
All right, guys. Well, we got about 6 minutes till market open here. Open to either way on the indices in terms of trade. Personally, let things play out a little bit.
Yeah, I could see a long at open up to the hourly 20 / yesterday high. But like for me personally, I would prefer just, if it may not work, but let's just say it does work. I prefer to miss the long and then just look for the short.
Yeah. Obviously in terms of the trend, we're trending to the downside. Obviously we're getting a strong gap up here pre-market, but the overall trend is still down.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see that. I'm just kind of like being stubborn and stuck on like the idea that I think QQQ is gonna get down to the monthly 20, which is like 545s, which like if we get to like 535 to 545-ish area, that'll be like a back test of like kind of the previous all-time high. And so I think that would be very possible, but maybe front run it. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Anything today.
Does look like there's some data coming out today. Chicago PMI at 9:45, consumer confidence at 10, and JOLTS at 10. So something to be aware of here. First half an hour of the day.
Alrighty.
Just looking at the Discord chat about the 0DTE stuff. It's making me laugh.
I just have no bandwidth to like argue.
Yeah.
Someone doesn't like it. I wasn't meaning to like offend anyone.
I know.
It's just
a 0DTE SPX option can 100% go 50% in the candle.
Yeah, and I didn't say it does. I said it. It can go minus 40, minus 50% in one candle. So that's the thing. It's like you have to be prepared for that. And again, if your stop is 20%, that could easily be one candle, right? And so unless you're taking a sniper entry, which you very well could, right?
Yeah.
Then it's tough to have a tight stop unless, right, you're trading like in the money SPX contracts, which even then, are tough. So, again, it's not my bread and butter. If people are successful with it, no knock on them. I just know I'm not, and I've been whacked in the past. So
I just find like the argument from the guy. Like, also, like one candle is so relative. It could be one candle
yeah,
in a
no,
million
exactly.
different time frames. Like,
And that's what I'm saying is I said like one candle, like
yeah,
maybe he's trading, a minute chart. Then yeah, probably not the candle, right? I usually am on the 5 or the 15. So yeah, definitely. But here we go. About to open. I think as of now, looks like nothing. Maybe OKLO is probably the closest thing to setting up. TSEM and Marble, I need a little bit more for longs out of them. But those are the top longs if we're going to need a long. So
30 seconds here.
5, 15. The 5 and the 15 we'll see. 5 will probably flip the 15. Probably more to have the open. ES is opening like right at the hourly 20, and Q is a little bit beneath it. So that's why it could be something where we push up, sweep ES previous day highs, and then maybe fail from there, or maybe we rally.
That's a quick little push out of the gate. Quick fade.
All right, so VRT is tagging that hourly 8. I'm gonna wait for us to now break underneath.
All four indices trying to hold the opening strength here so far. YM with the quick rejection there. Flipping this opening bar red. The only indice to do so far. ES now below its open.
VRT is insanely expensive. I just looked at the option sheet and didn't really realize. April 17th, 220 puts are like $700.
720, you said?
Yeah, 720, 740 ish, something in there. Definitely not ideal.
IQ showing a little relative strength here is the only indice still above its open.
OKLO did kind of tag this area here, so filled the gap. We continue to watch this one. Let's say underneath this 5-minute low, 45.55. So we can probably take an entry in there.
Two-minute chart. Pretty good now. Strong 5-minute close on NASDAQ. Dow very weak.
I'll be looking for shorts here in a moment on NQ. We did sweep that previous high by a touch. NQ's kind of slipping. We didn't quite get to that hourly 20 directly, which is what I really wanted to short. Qs are looking like it's about to hit the time. Let's see. NQ, yeah, pretty close to it. So that's one that's tough, is because if you front run it and then it goes past it a bit, you might get stopped. But in this case, if you don't front run it, you don't get entry. It wasn't too much of a front run either, about like 15 points.
Yeah.
It's tough. We'll see. I mean, because if we get a week 5 close here, you know, we can just take the break under and then target like 23 330s, and then down towards the 5-minute 8 after that.
I like the idea of shorts, but I like it more under 23 329. ES kind of continuing to bounce off the open here. And Q staying a little above. As well as R2Y. YM still below its open. Although YM is above its previous day's high. Or
YM
it's not
also
anymore, but it was at one point.
the YM tagged the daily 8 and rejecting now, so maybe that's why we're seeing
Okay.
more selling there out of all the indices.
Makes sense.
Yeah, literally to tick up there pretty much from the high point. Like, this is one of those that's tricky with this, if looking for the short now, because it's like if you put your stop above previous high, it could then tag the hourly 20 and reject. It's like the best entry would have been that, but it didn't get it. So now it's kind of like in a weird limbo. That's the 5 close. So there's ES making new high right there.
ES is into yesterday's open here.
I think you swept the highs there. I think I'm going to take a short. Wait for the 2 minute, but this is kind of what I wanted. Poor 2 minute close here. I'll take probably like a 50 point stop. Spy right at yesterday high. Doesn't get a poor close if it keep going higher. So. That 2 minute was like a doji, so I don't like need it, but we also do have that 10 a.m. So it may be better just to wait.
Oh man. There is, I think there's something here in 2 minutes as well. Just the Chicago PMI. Another little rejection there.
Yeah,
EOS has this area right at 64, 68, 68, 70s, where it's kind of been rejecting. We just popped above that area and kind of pushing down again.
Yeah, this is kind of what I wanted, but no, it kind of happened too quick. I'm waiting for this 2-minute bar as well. That 2-minute, but previous two closed well, and then this one just immediate like 25-point drop. So I'm watching it.
Gold holding its strength pretty decently here. Keep an eye on it.
All right, that's the little 945, a little spiky. SPY is stronger right now, so it's like do we keep pushing because we can push and Q another. We're hitting the hourly 20 now, but if we break it, we can still push another 70, 80 points to level plus previous day high once.
And we got ES over yesterday's open, over yesterday's high.
So there's an hourly 20 officially. So now, I mean, I guess you could have initially got some points, but this is where I'm going to start looking at. Also open to the VRT short if we pop up the 244.6s because the R to R there is pretty good.
Mm. The Dow now flipping its weakness into strength with the rest of the indices. RTY looking strong as well. At this point, I'm probably just gonna wait till after 10.
Yeah, it's kind of what I'm thinking. What I may do though is set a limit order for a short at 560-ish. SPY does have room though if it wants to 644-ish, which is like 65.10-ish.
Nice pop there. Everything. That's a nice strong bar across the board. Bank making new highs, VIX making new lows. Kind of lining up in unison here.
I think I'm gonna take a stab at VRT. If we have one more push up a little bit more, because the R to R then from there is pretty good. Back above 255s. I don't mind even taking it started now. Maybe. Let's see. It's a little too expensive to take a starter right now. attempted here. We have Jolt in 5. That's the only issue. There's that VRT right there. I almost took that short there. If it closes like this, I'm going to see how the Jolt reaction is, and then I'll take it.
Yeah, I do have NQ off an upper level here from Friday of last week.
I'm going to see how this Jolts reacts. See how that does.
We have 2.5 minutes till Jolts.
Everything's just expensive. That's what happens when the VIX is up.
Mm-hmm.
This is the spot that I want to take VRT puts. Obviously, we've Jolts in 2 minutes, but aside from that, the April 17th, which isn't like too much time. It's like 13 trading days. The 225 puts, which are $20 out of the money, so about like 8% or so, 9%, or like $750, which could work. They're just juicy. All right, we got 20 seconds. Let's see if there's a reaction.
Everything's still holding its strength right now, making new highs actively, pretty much.
SMWV, see if your YouTube volume is turned up, because your YouTube volume and your device volume will be two different things. Because I have earbuds in hearing the stream, and it should be okay.
Check. How's the volume? Is it any different? All right. Frank says volume's good. Ooh, man, gold is going Ripper Magooski mode. Missed that one.
Yeah, it is.
I was watching it at 620s, but
All right, guys, I just decided to take some of the VRT because I'm going to take a starter position in it. It's very good R to R. I took the 417.225 call. If we get a strong daily close or an hourly flip, we can exit. So it's good R to R here. I initially wanted under here. So we're kind of shorting it from above, shorting the pop. I got filled 7.2. All right.
all right, buddy. We're in. We're in with some action.
VRT 417.5 put. So I'm taking the trade with room for one add here, just because the stop is relatively tight. So if we need to add once, I can add. If not, kind of cool. Just gonna alert for something. SI. Pop it a little. Also, guys, going to be looking to short NQ here in one moment. Wait for the 5-minute close. Excuse me.
You are excused.
All right, guys, I just took it right there at 52 on NQ short. Throw it on my screen so you can see exactly what I'm looking at. Off of level here, we're above the hourly, but we swept the previous day high. Tagging level, just looking for a pullback here. We're pretty far from the 5-minute 8, haven't tested it, so even to 490s to 500s will be solid. So basically 52, 60 point stop, something like this, around like 14s. About 1-to-1 at VWAP, 5-minute 8-ish area. You look for like 40 to 45 points for an initial trim here, guys.
Kind of digging the shorts here.
A little bit more. A little more. All right, guys, just gonna trim there for 40 points. A little bit deeper, we can take another trim. I'll set an order at 492 for next trim. So we get to 492 for another trim, guys. We're up 50 points now on the short. Give me a little bit more, please. I don't want to be a dick for a tick, but all right, my stops at even now at this point. If this gets filled, I'm going to leave one runner just to see what happens at the stop at even. Close up 2. to move my stop now to 36, actually. Keep it a little bit tighter just in case it wants to bounce from here. $37. I don't want to give it all back, so it's fine. I do want to see if I can get a little bit more. Because this is where it could definitely hold 5-minute 8 VWAP area ES level. So don't want to give too much back here. All right, got trailed out in the remainder there. Very close. It was a couple points away from my take profit. I could have just closed it, but when signaling, it's hard because I don't really, oh, out, and then some can't get out. So trailed remainder. So overall solid trade, netted about 30-ish points. Alrighty.
Cute little bounce back into previous day's high, but rejecting again. Definitely not be surprised to see it start to dump back down to the open here.
Hindsight, probably should have just closed that all in full on that impulse. But again, I had my take profit at 92 and it really hit like 95 change. So all good. The Tradeify straight to fundeds are definitely great accounts for sure. I prefer personally the 50K across the board, but you know, everyone has their own personal preference. Got about 15 minutes now.
Well, market continue to hold here. VIX about to tag new lows.
I was almost about to press that re-short button right there.
I know. Now we're getting the. We got just the 2-minute potential lower high here.
Every time we get like a 2-minute bar like that, I mean, even if it reverses from here, it is what it is. But every time we get the 2-minute looks ugly, it just makes the next like impulse so quick.
Mm-hmm. Bit of a 15-minute 3-bar to the upside, though. Does look like the VIX is trying to double bottom here.
We do have a gap that we could fill to the upside on SPY.
Yeah.
But we've already, it's already been a big move. It's been like a top to bottom there, $10. So I don't know. We'll see.
Keeping an eye on shorts personally.
Yeah. I think now I would like to see a 5-minute close under basically like 23,500.
Yep, I was looking at the same thing, yeah.
Similar stop, but So if we get that, I'd be open to that because it's similar. I mean, maybe a little bit more of a stop, like 80-point stop. So instead of like 5 micros, I'll go 4 or something, or we'll see. So I have one account that I've been using, these alpha accounts, where it's, I mean, still I could probably do it on other accounts, but these accounts are up 10K in profit, so I can risk a little more.
It's always
Still
nice to
not
have a little cushion. Yeah. So the question is here is, do we, the NQ could just continue to flag here, and I don't want to get
we haven't
caught in that.
We haven't tested the 5-minute 20 EMA yet, which for me is a little concerning because now from yesterday's like kind of close area, we rallied almost 500 points, or about 500 points. So it needs to get tested, just a matter of when. It could just go sideways for a while, but the hourly is still pointing down. So like it makes me believe we might get a sell like for the next hour, maybe post an inside hourly. But let's see the 15. The 15's put it up. We'll see. This 15 will be key because it's the hour. It's currently an inside bar, so it bounced right off that 5-minute 8 around that 23,500.
7 minutes to the first hourly close here. Yeah, sorry, over here, Frank. I was typing away.
I got 5 minutes for the hour close.
SMWV7IU. Just looking at your chat from earlier. We are here every Monday through Thursday. We start at 8:15 a.m. and Aaron does his morning breakdown, pre-market, and then we come on and we trade live, typically from 9:30 until about 11:30. Sometimes we finish up early if we've taken trades already and nobody's planning on taking anything else. And then Aaron always comes on and does a nooner segment at 12 o'clock. And then from there, sometimes we do some afternoon segments as well that are sometimes geared towards more just entertainment value. was thinking the same thing.
It's like almost backwards, so eating into that 5-minute hammer bar, but we'll see. We're still.
Not quite new highs there.
You get the hourly close coming in 30 seconds.
It's looking like it wants to push and close strong here.
All right, that's the hourly close.
Well, things are still looking pretty bullish from a smaller time frame perspective. 15-minute chart still looks pretty good. 2 and the 5 are kind of just flagging.
getting ready to take another stab here, guys. Get a 2-minute close under the 8 at the 50s. Stop would be at 600. All right, guys. I got entry at 51. Putting stop at 601, so 50 points. Use a 55-point stop. All right. Filled at 51 quarter. Stops above new highs. Basically, kind of just playing this mini double top. The smaller time frames still are bullish. I'm taking a stab with a couple micros here.
I like it. I'm still eyeing it.
Because in my opinion, if we do break these highs and push up to 600, I don't know if there'll be a short at all today. So this is kind of like almost like a backwards trade where it's like I wouldn't necessarily long this, but if this doesn't work, we probably are just going to go higher because we have room. 23,714s NQ, we have room 6508s, and then above that is the daily 8 EMA, which is around 6528, 6530-ish area on ES. So we have room if it wants to break these highs, these hourly highs. So that's the thought. I have 3 micros personally aiming for bigger targets here. Maybe take like one off for like a 1-to-1, but try to hold because again, this should work. If we make new highs, then we'll. All right, well, there's the new highs.
It's holding up.
Yeah, so we just broke the hourly highs. So ES didn't, so that's still a thing. But if we now get so I have 3 micros right now, 50-point stop. If we get a pop like we just did and then back under, so if you look at the 2, basically like if we erase this 2-minute, I would consider adding another one. So it would probably be like the same entry, just a little bit more risk. Basically, if this trade goes to stop, it would be like close to a break-even day. Small red overall, but basically, like in my eyes, it'd be break-even. Because the first trade I had a little bit more size. There's also this like terrible glare.
I'm looking to take a short entry here as well. Basically watching the same thing where Zach would want to add. I think I might take an entry. I just took an entry there at 49.
I'm not going to add yet. I'm just going to keep what I have. Obviously still in, just holding. I mean, we're still nowhere near in the clear. We're at the 5-minute 8, 2 minutes of support. I mean, all the smaller time frames are still bullish. Again, I'm just personally banking that this is going to be at least a pullback, like a decent pullback, because we haven't tested the 5-minute 20 yet, right? We've intraday rallied 200 something points from yesterday's close, almost 500 points. So it has to be tested in my eyes. So I'm just kind of banking on the higher time frame structure giving us a pullback. I may take one off at VWAP just to secure a little.
We're up like 25, almost 30 points here. I was watching this and it looked like the VIX was trying to hold these lows. Bank is starting to roll over a little bit too after its big gap up.
I'm going to try to take one off, guys, if we get to 06 for 45 points. I'll take one off, and then I'll just try to hold two for the bigger flush there for 100 something. And then I would close whenever we tag the 5-minute 20. Just run to the bathroom real quick, but I have my take profit at that VWAP.
There we go. There's 40 points there. I'll see this 23 500s break.
All right, nice. The order got filled there at 06. Very nice.
Very nice, very nice. Give us the opening print, baby. Dump it.
Pineapple.
What's that? A pineapple?
Mm-hmm. Futures challenge. Futures challenge is tough. I did it when I was streaming live every day in 2024. It's just hard because I found myself like taking trades that were, still good trades, but I was like catering a little bit more towards like making sure everybody can get in. So I was doing a lot more limit orders ahead of time and stuff like that. It worked. The only problem is I was streaming for like an hour and a half, a month and a half, and the accounts were at like $1,500 profit. So it's like we didn't quite get. We didn't blow them up. We were just fine. It was just a lot more up and down than I would have liked, just because the nature of my trades are getting in, selling on an impulse, re-entry. But doing that signaling is too hard. This actually happened to work because we got in, got out, trailed out, took a new entry, but it wasn't as because sometimes I'll take a new entry like within 5 minutes. Sometimes I'll take it on the same 5-minute bar, depending on exactly what's going on. We'll see. I would like to see us break this VWAP here and then flush. Um, I'd maybe take off another one around the 470s and then front run the 520 whenever that happens. If we can break this VWAP here. ES is breaking underneath its level, which is key.
Yeah, this looks solid.
I'm actually going to set an order. Let's see where I want it. I'm going to set an order at 86 for another trim.
Damn, I was about to say 80. Now I feel like you're front running me. I don't know.
I read your mind. Well, so my idea here is that the hourly 20 right now is basically 86 from the downside.
Okay.
So it could bounce right there. So all right, so trim set there for another, and then the last one be closed at probably like 45 or so. If it goes beneath 45, great. We caught a good chunk, but we're up about 50 points.
Let's go flush it. Flush it.
I hear those birds.
Yeah. Dude,
So
we have so many at my house. They always put like, even like on my front porch, like we have these like, just the pillars, and they make nests on top of them all the time. Like,
there we go, guys. Got filled there. $65 points there on the fill. I have my final for now at 45. May actually move it up a bit. Front running.
all right, nice. I just got filled in my first trim.
Very nice. Setting the close at 50 quarters. Actually, I'm just do 52 quarters. This way it'll be 100 points if we get the fill. And even just front running it a little bit more, that was actually a couple 6 points or so, not going to make a huge difference for me. Again, it could bounce right here, so only one more micro. I didn't add to it. I could have added to it. I didn't, but nonetheless, still two pretty solid trades there.
Oh, I like that. I like the toilet flush. We got to get that. I'm writing that down. What was it? Pop it and drop it? We need to pop it and drop it.
Pop and drop.
Yeah.
And I also do want to say, guys, like, I mentioned these accounts that I'm currently trading on right now with the alpha, like the ones I'm taking the trade on, they're $10,000 in profit. But I'm still taking, trades with 3, 4, 5 micros. You don't have to have crazy size. I've never really sized up. I just am consistent with what I do, knock out the base hits. Even silver, it's like 2 micros. Gold, I can go up to maybe 5 or 6 occasionally, but you don't need to have crazy size. We're about 80 points here. I'm still have I have one last micro with a close set at 52 quarters. So. At this point, it probably shouldn't bounce. So I'm gonna say I'll put a stop at 22 quarters. Secure 30 on the last. Actually, I'm gonna give it a little bit more wiggle room. I'm gonna put it at 27 quarters to give it 25 points on the last.
Bank's starting to roll over here. VIX is back near its highs. Give us the dump. We do have this one, Frank. We do have this one at least. It's not quite at 12, but
So now at 27, this will be stopped, and then the take profit is at 52. So again, just because the dynamic R is shifting here, so I'm going to be risking like about 35-ish points to make another 35-ish points. So I'm fine with it. Sometimes I would even like sell in full and then look to take the 2-minute like re-entry. It's like I could have like, let's say I sold there at 75. I could have taken a re-entry there at like 505 because I know how NQ volatile or how volatile NQ is now. But on live, it's like 2 moving parts. So
yeah, no, I feel that.
So right now the 5-minute 8 is at 40. So we'll be front running a good amount here, which I don't really mind. Give me my 100. Then I can have a nice day.
All right, I just put my stops at break even. Actually, I'm gonna get a little bit in profit here on my stop as well.
Yeah, I just went where it's at because I think if it were to hit that, the 2-minute would then flip back to the upside, which probably
Yeah.
means bottoms in. Probably go even a little tighter now, but I'm just gonna leave where it is and just try not to micromanage. We're up.
Let's go. It wants it. It wants it. Roll over. OP coming up, baby. There's 90 points there.
Magic pineapple. I'm telling you, come on, give me that.
That's it, baby. All right.
Waterfield.
Boom.
100 points, baby. Let's go.
Yep, 100 points. Just took more off myself.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So again, entry was originally there at 52. Did go about 30 points drawdown, but there's 100 right there.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Yeah, pull my chart real quick. Right, on this 2-minute bar here, I know Zach mentioned this. NQ got this pop to new highs, but ES did not get a pop to new highs there. So when that rejected, it looked like VIX was trying to hold its lows. So as this 2 minutes started to erase, that's where I took my entry in that bar. And it was just had to do with all those things that Zach and I were both talking about and watching.
Hell yeah.
Good stuff, dude. Good stuff. I think we can get the opening, and then, I mean, if the overall downtrend wants to continue.
I'm going to call it there. It is weird, I will say, you know, like mentally more than anything, trading with these accounts in such crazy profit because the way that these alphas operate is there's no payout. Well, it's like a 30,000 payout cap per, but you can take out half your profit. So I got these accounts up to 60,000, 10,000 profit. I took out 5. And now it's back up to here. So it's like, part of me is like, if I just flip the days, I have a guaranteed 15K payout or so.
Yeah.
Now I think I'm tempted to because these accounts are at 60.9K.
Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, I think we call it there on those. Very nice.
Good, yeah, dude, good stuff. That's good stuff today, baby. When
Yes, sir.
when we both catch over 100 points now.
Yeah.
It's a good
The
day.
first trade was basically what I wanted the second trade to be, but I just needed more time. So that's why, you know, for example, with that trade, I was aware, okay, like this could bounce here, and I should, you know, in hindsight, probably should have just closed the last two, you know, at 55 points rather than have it trailed out for whatever it was, 15, 20 points. But then again, you got the re-entry. And again, this is what I always say is that it's very, very important to understand the higher time frames. And like, yes, the smaller time frames at times can make it feel scary and, you know, difficult. But, you know, this trade, if you're looking at the 2 and the 5, you would have never taken. If you understand the higher time frames, where the hourly is, the daily, looking at ES also for reference there too. That's how you take that trade, right? Otherwise, there's no entry based on the 2 or the 5. They're both bullish. 15 was also bullish. However, understanding we're far from the EMAs, that the EMAs will be tested. It's not a subjective thing, right? And here we are, even probably going to the OP, but I'm happy
Yep.
with my 100. Just calling it. But very nice. I forgot that I have options open too with all this. This thing's just gonna sit.
Sitting at 130 points here on the runners. I'm gonna probably just close up around 23,400s here. Should be about 150 points.
8% of my swing. Let's go. All right, take this off my screen.
VIX really starting to push to the upside now as well. ES back into its open. YM well below its open. RTY now below its open. So you would think NASDAQ would get here as well.
I will say, it is not easy signaling futures. It definitely requires full effort.
Oh, for sure.
I made it. I've been trying to get better at it. This year I posted more, and now like the last month I've been trying to do my best to post everyone that I take during the New York session, and it's not easy, but
yeah, like Frank said, you got to be on voice, like live, kind of explaining what you're watching, and
yeah,
ahead
and
of
that's
time,
what I was,
and then
exactly, that's what I was trying to do in the chats, but then I did a poll, and it seemed like most people just wanted the signal, because what I was doing is trying to explain the thought process. I would post charts and show what I'm thinking, but then most people said they just want to see the signal and keep it clean. So that's what I did. So now I'm just short, set trim. I try to put limit orders when I can for the entry exit. So my dog right now, I don't know what the
yeah, the thought process I think is the more valuable thing in the long term, Steve.
Yeah. But I also do understand though that if you're following a signal and you're trying to keep up with it, if you see a chart, and
yeah,
it's
by
the time you're processing that, maybe you got to take the next trim. So I do get that point.
Yeah, I get that as well.
Yeah, because that's always been my thing with options, is ever since I started, I always thought there was a void in this space, because a lot of people just signal the signal and you never know what they're doing unless you ask. So my whole goal always, win, lose, or in between, is that if I take a trade, you know exactly why, right? So every morning I post my analysis in the charting section. I post my daily plan, followed up by whatever else thoughts I have on the swing. That way, yeah, I'm more than happy to still answer any question for you, but my goal is you have all the information needed as to why I'm taking the trade. Alerts popping.
Yeah. All right. I just exited the shorts there at for about 170 points. I'm happy with that. Back into the open.
Say 170 points is good. I'm no expert, but I think 170
points. It's not too shabby. Let's go, baby. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Gotta love that.
It's the opening print right there, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep,
probably bounces here, at least for a little, maybe makes a lower high. Because the thing is, the hourly still pointed down. So despite the gap, despite whatever, again, we're in this higher time frame downtrend, right? And you guys know me, I'm the biggest bull. And up until even like a week or two, I was still longing stuff and it was working, even longing futures. But now my focus has shifted to now I'm just looking to short pops.
Yeah, I think the
Until
market
we
has
get
gone
that.
from like us had the really rangy style action to now clear
Yeah.
downtrend, and it's
Yeah.
the higher probability play. I agree
Yes.
with you there for sure.
And I still think that, if you look at every bottom, like I literally remember vividly the 2022 bottom because there was one day, I'm going to look back here. I'm just going to go to QQQ and be cleaner to watch. Yeah. So there was this day in 2022, which was the bottom, where we gapped down and then QQQ went from 248 to like 264s. It was, a giant day. And I said that morning, I'll never forget, I said to a friend, watch this be like February 2020. Because at this point, prior to that, there was a day in February of 2020. I'll look. Yep, it was right here.
So yeah, I think I see it.
I believe. Yep, right here.
Looks like it.
Where
Yeah.
we rallied from 190 up to, wait, no, was it this day? It was one of these 2 days where we had like a crazy, or it might have been this day. Whatever it was, we had a crazy rally. And at the time, it was like so insane to have such a huge gap that rallies all the way back. And point is that happened. So if you look now, even now at the 2025 bottom, right? What did we get? A similar thing, right? Where we got the big gap down, huge intraday, right? From 400 to 430, 440, right? 10% intraday.
That's
next
fun.
day. And then the next day after that, 412 up to 465. So even though that wasn't, it was slowly retraced, that marked the bottom. We're going to need to see some type of like crazy extended move, either a big gap with a failure to go lower, a really wide intraday, because we've had some big down days, but nothing similar to these previous bottoms. So, I still am in the camp that we're going to get down to, like I said, the 545 to 535. Maybe it goes deeper. Who knows? Doesn't really matter for our intraday trading, but we'll see.
You're still holding some swings, right? You took the
Yeah, I got some
VRT.
Yeah, they were a little expensive, so I grabbed 5 cons at 7.15, right at that hourly 20 EMA. Like I said, if it fails, it fails, but I would have been more mad at myself if it worked and I didn't take it. So I just went 5 contracts, about like $3,500 position, and throw the levels back. We'd be looking to basically target these lows as like the first trim, and then after that, like the normal targets. But depending on how the day closes, if it closes weak, maybe I'll add back. Obviously, if it closes strong, I'll close, just to stop out and get out of the way. But yeah, we shall see.
Sounds good. Do you want to wrap it there for today then, since we caught our intraday moves?
Yeah.
Or do you want to keep hanging out?
I just looked at one of my accounts and I apparently had.
Did you hold some shorts?
Order. I apparently had an order to short silver. Wow. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm definitely gonna close then.
It was like a good thing.
It was. I was just up like 70 points, but I looked at my account and I'm like, what the hell?
Oh, nice.
I guess I had an order to short that we had a level at like 74.25. I guess I put a order there. I guess I don't really remember. I think it's time to get off.
That's funny.
Yes, but
I think bounce off the open here, but yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with today's move.
Yeah,
I think it's
sure.
a good place. Good place. Call it. Stay safe. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it, man. Zach, thanks for coming on.
Of course.
Great stuff today, as always. Always nice when we can both catch a nice winner. Chat, thanks for hanging out with us. Hopefully you guys were able to participate and make some money on those shorts with us. And we'll be back at 12 o'clock. Frank took 16 NQF open on eval. Let's go. Thanks, Frank. Appreciate it. But yeah, we'll be back at 12 o'clock with the nooner today with Aaron. And then, of course, we'll be back tomorrow, 8:15 a.m. So make sure you guys come back, check that out. And we'll see how things play out the rest of the day, the rest of the week. So, but thanks for tuning in. Thanks again, Zach. We'll talk to you guys all here soon.
Good one, guys.
Peace.
Catch you. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're back with Aaron for the Nooner. Aaron, go ahead and take it away, my friend.
What's up, everybody? Hello, hello. Mr. Wolf, what's up? Give everybody a minute to get in. Oh, the swear jar's up to 54 bucks. Mr. Paz, what's up? All right. Exciting day, guys. Exciting morning. We have actually, this is a pretty cool Tuesday. All right. Look at the tick just taking off. Pretty cool. You can feel things trying to turn around here. All right. Everybody, another 20 seconds. We get on. Hope you guys had a good morning. Very bullish. Something we haven't said in a while. Gold and silver looking awesome. Crude oil not making new highs. That's good enough. All right. Okay. Let's get started, guys. All right. So starting off on the VIX, right? Here's where we're sitting. Okay. Very interesting, right? We had our extension longs, and we know from experience, right? Extension longs on the VIX don't, and extension shorts on the indices don't last very long. So we had our extension longs, those broke. So what we're watching here is this pullback from March 23rd. Okay, this is, that's last Monday. What's up, Miss Tamika? I posted a picture for you today for the Nooner. I hope you saw that. To our highs here on March 29th. That's what we're watching, is this pullback right here. Okay. Now, inside of that, we go down to our intraday. Okay. We had these overnight low or highs to lows that we were watching. Okay. Those ended up breaking. And the only pullback that we could muster on the VIX was from our Monday evening, 8:15 p.m. Eastern highs to lows. That's all we could get right here. Okay. And that's, as of right now, pretty bullish for the indices, just the 38.2. All right. That's pretty much our highs of the week to lows of the week. Okay. On the VIX, highs of the week and lows of the week are holding. All right. And then coming out of our 1045 highs, there we go. Okay. We broke this after we traded into this resistance, right? We broke the long. All right. Right there. We broke the long. And we're holding as of right now. Now this could all change, but as of right now, we're holding these 10:45 a.m. highs to lows. Okay. Now this could just end up being a, choppy little range the rest of the day. But this is the most bearish we've seen the VIX in a while. Okay. Like in a while. Okay. So we're going to have to watch when we get down to if we do get down and trade these 25.95s, 2 ticks away would be 30 or 26.05. All right, we're going to have to watch when we get down there. Yep, I thought you'd like that, Tamika. I was looking for something like that today. I was out on a little walk this morning, and we've got some blooms going on. Nothing like that, but I actually saw some blooms, and I was like, oh, but it looks nice at DC. Okay, so that was for you, Miss Tamika. All right, so we'll see. These have profit targets right down here at these lows, and that could get us stuck in a range, but we'll see going into the afternoon. Remember, Tuesday at 10 a.m. is where our usually trend for the week starts. And as of right now, that is down on the VIX. Okay. You're very welcome, ma'am. All right. So any questions here on where we are? Anybody? Looks pretty good. Looks a lot better than it has in a while. Everybody got that? Right now, obviously, there's all sorts of geopolitical stuff going on. Oh, and by the way, you guys know we're closed Friday, right? If you didn't, Friday closed. I'm not going to be on because the markets are closed, and that'd be really boring. If you guys didn't know that, for Good Friday. Okay. Well, now you do. I'm just here to serve. Now you do. Okay. All right, there we go. Okay, moving on. Now, our financials. Okay, remember this long that we were talking about a couple weeks. This thing, remember, bank's just an index, right? It's not traded. But this ended up holding, right? Remember, when bank is rallying, that puts a tailwind behind the indices. That's actually a positive environment for the indices. We've been in this nasty, Miss Jackson, if you're nasty, downtrend, right? Since February 6th, just nasty downtrend, okay, on our financials. Now, we still have resistance above us, obviously, but this long from lows is holding. Absolutely it is, okay? And we broke, this morning when we gapped up, we broke the short from highs, okay, trade support, break the short, right, draw the long, okay? And again, this isn't traded, it's just an index. So, but it appears to be holding another long here. At least we're defending that, right? It's not going down. So there we go. So there's our financials. So if we continue to see VIX weakness and bank strength, okay, then the indices are going to have that tailwind. Absolutely. There's a lot of fuel, right? There's a lot of fuel built up in the markets. All right. Something on my mouse. Okay, so moving on to the ES. So here's where we are. Okay, there's a couple different variations of this extension short, and I'm probably being overly cautious here, but we were using this 9:30 on Tuesday, the 24th, lows to lows. Now that pierced, okay, and it broke on the VIX as well. But just to be on the safe side here, all right, you could look at this as that first pullback from those highs, and then this would be the anchor. That's 1:15 a.m. on Tuesday morning to this low, and we didn't quite pierce that, right? But the VIX has, and obviously the VIX leads. So as long as the VIX continues to fall, we'll get through this thing, no problem. All right, no gap fills today yet, right? We opened, here's 30 points away. We opened outside of 30 points. And then all we've done here, we had this little pseudo pullback. Remember, this moves when the VIX does, right? And then from those lows, those overnight lows to highs, right? We had these pullbacks right there. Let me get rid of this so you can see it. Right there, right? We've gone up and hit our targets. All we're watching is this highs to lows. That's going to end up being our, if we do make a pullback, that would be equivalent to the VIX if it broke and made this full pullback up here. Okay. So as long as it keeps going down like this, right, the indices are going to continue to have a tailwind. All right. So that's all we're watching here. That's all we're watching here on the VIX. All right. See, these held. These overnight lows to highs are a little bit sloppy. You could make a case for that if you wanted to, just to put that draw up there, 6:30 a.m. highs or lows to highs. You could draw that up if you wanted to. Just go off the VIX, right? Just, you don't need, these draws are just a guide, right? These draws are just a guide. All right, so there we go. There's the ES. Excuse me, probably no, unless something dramatic happens. Very low probability of any sort of gap fill today. But we do have gap fills above us. Okay, this is from yesterday. Jim Bob, what's up? No, Jim Bob isn't Ivan. They're always very complimentary. Oh, well, thank you, Jim Bob. I appreciate that. No, I don't think Ivan would give me a compliment. And I don't think he's programmed to do that to me. It'd be a struggle. But we still have these unfilled gaps from yesterday, right? Up here at these 65, 23, what was it, 25 or 65, 23s. So we do have unfilled gaps above us. Okay. Eric, what's up? All right. So there we go. Just keep an eye on the VIX. Right there. Pretty good. We haven't seen something like this in a while. Right? Haven't seen something like this in a while. All right, just keep in mind we get stuck in a range today. All right, so there we go. There's your little range. All right, be careful, don't get chewed up in this mess. All right. How much am I down? I'm not down anything, man. All right. Actually put on a new silver position this morning. So that's where we are. Just be careful getting chewed up in here. All right. So moving on to the NASDAQ. Now the NASDAQ still has this extension short, right? It didn't break. I don't know why I'm going out that far. It did not break. Okay. And that's drawn from this low on February 5th. This is a daily extension short. Okay. From February 5th to lows right there. See how that hasn't broken? All right. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Now, if the VIX continues to hold longs, that's just going to go right through. Right. It's going to go right through that. Okay. So if we ever do get a pullback, all right, there was number one target. You could make a case that these, same thing, these European Open lows to highs are holding. A little sloppy. Oh, not so sloppy on the NASDAQ. But same as the ES. All right, right here. And that's that VIX short. Right, that's that VIX short. If these break, then obviously we're coming halfway back. Okay, but if these break, that's not a great look for the NASDAQ because we're at that short setup. So just let the VIX be your guide. Right, just let the VIX be your guide. If it continues to go down, then we're going to continue to squeeze higher. Simple as that. Okay. All right, so there we go. There's the NASDAQ. All right, now the YM and the Russells, think bank, right? YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to banks' movements. So here's the YM. It's going to need some help. It's going to need some help from bank. Okay, it's just going down in a series of shorts. And here's the most recent one from March 23rd to our lows down here on March 29th. Right there. Okay. So again, we'll watch these long setups, right? We'll watch these long setups, but it's going to need bank help. If bank rolls over, right, then it's going to take the YM and the Russells with it, right? And they're just going to assume their downtrend if bank rolls over. If bank rallies, then you can count on the YM and the Russells squeezing higher. All right. So that's where we are. We're just looking at those overnight lows to highs. Okay. Now onto the Russells. All right. Here's the Russell. Same thing. Big shorts. All right. It's in big shorts from March 23rd to the 29th, right there. Never hit our target, so we just leave it right there. So it still has this massive resistance above us. Okay. And we're just holding these longs off the lows. Right there. Didn't quite hit our target. We'll just leave it right there. There's a 38.2% line right there. Okay. So watch bank, easiest thing, right? Watch bank. It's it's pretty simple. Bank continues to lift off and hold that long. It's going to drag the YM and the Russells higher. Bank rolls over, YM and the Russells going to roll over. All right. So there's the indices. What do we got? Wow, VIX making new lows. Look at this guy. Look at that. Almost coming down to that profit target. We'll continue to trail from that 1045 high. Right? If we get down to targets and bounce, we'll continue to trail from this 1045 high. That's going to be, don't really trust that though. We can watch it because we're coming back down to these lows. All right. Now this has a larger profit target down to these 2562s. So we'll see, guys, if this continues, right? If the VIX continues to make new lows and we have bank strength, right? There'll be buyers in low ticks. There absolutely will be buyers in low ticks. Okay. All right, so there we go. All right, so any questions? Excuse me. Any questions? VIX bank indices before we move forward. There's a whole nother facet to this that we'll go over. All right. Okay. All right. So Bitcoin still hasn't broken its shorts. Still going down in this series. Right. We've got our larger stair step down from January 14th down here to our lows on February 5th, right there. We broke that long, broke this long from lows. Right there. Not that. I broke this long from lows. And we're just continuing down in this series. Pretty straightforward, right? Most recent move we're in here is from 25th to our lows, right there, right? That's the best that it could muster, right there, right? Now that breaks, we're making this full pullback, and there wouldn't be anything surprising about that because that would be the first pullback. This would be the first pullback after we broke this long from lows. So that there'd be nothing surprising about that at all. That'd kind of be normal. But as of right now, we're just going down in this series here. Okay. All right. Now moving on to spot. Spot's more fun to look at. There we go. All right. Get you guys back here. There we go. Okay. So spot. Try that again. There we go. All right. So larger time frame. Look where we are. Right. We've got targets down at 33.5 or September, October of this year. That'll be football season. Here's that stair step down from this high, January 12th to lows. And now we're just going down in that series, same as the futures markets. All right, right there. From the 25th to our lows on the 29th, right there. Targets are down here at 63,251. All right, nothing in the middle right now. Right, nothing in the middle right now. Longs are broken, shorts are broken. Trying to chop it around right in here. But there's your short setups, leading us, continuing to lead us down. All right. Looks good. Looks very, very good. All right. Okay, stocks. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? Anybody? No? Anybody seeing some turnarounds? There's some stocks breaking short setups. Anybody watching any of the precious metal stocks? Anything? Everybody good? There we go. Omar, what's up? Meta. Yep. Let's look. Oh, look at that. All right. Let's take a look here. All right. That was a little sloppy. We're not going to get excited about that. That's hitting a profit target right now. All right. All right. So this is what you're going to watch. That looks like it broke an extension short right here, or it's getting really close to it. There's your pullback. Here's your extension. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. There was the first, oh, here. There was the first one right there, actually. Right, and then that went to and through. So draw from that low on Friday, March 20th. That's what we're looking at right there. So if that guy breaks, right, at that profit target, the most aggressive you could get after that would be this highs to lows. So you can see how much room it would have up there. So what I would watch for here is a break of this and then watch for that pullback. All right, see if that guy will break and then draw that lows to highs wherever it stops and look for that pullback. See if you can lift off there. That's starting to look pretty good there, Omar. All right, that's starting to look pretty good, especially with what's going on the broad markets. All right, it's pretty good, man. There you go. There you go. Any others, guys? Everybody good? Okay. All right, easy stock day. Easy stock day. All right, moving on. Oh, NVIDIA, there we go. Omar, NVIDIA, yep. All right, it probably did the same thing. Just about. Let's look here. All right, we're right at the 38.2 of this pullback. All right, so let's zoom in here. Ah, there it is. Okay. All right, so we had these pullbacks off of highs, right? Let's get rid of this range now since we broke it. And these pullbacks off of highs. That's an amateur gap right there. That's why I'm not using it. All right, boom, 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 boom. There's this target, blew through the target. So lows to lows from there. Almost the same there, Omar. All right, watch for that break and then see if we hold that pullback, and that could change your trend. Right there. So that's drawn from this low on February 27th. Lows to lows right there. Almost on those guys, right? Almost on both of these. They look very similar. Right? Very similar. New lows on the VIX. Wow. All right. All right. Any others, guys? Yep, they're like two peas in a pod there, Omar. Almost identical. All right. Okay. All right. Last chance. Moving on. Okay. All right. Okay, so crude oil. All right, crude oil. VIX is touching the bottom of its range here too. We'll see if it gets through it. Be careful if it dips in and then snaps higher. That could roll us back over, but we'll see. All right, crude oil. Here's what we're waiting on, okay? This extension long. Now, see, crude oil is not making new highs. That's giving the indices a brief time to breathe here, okay? But this extension long, drawn from the high on the 26th, this is what's holding us up. Right there, bang, to the tick, target, coming back down. There's that extension long, okay? So we could build a big old sneaky snake up here on top of this extension. That's where they happen. But if this lifts off, it's going to put a headwind against the indices. If this rolls over, the indices are going to scream higher, okay? So just keep that in mind as you're looking at the indices. you want to know what this is doing. This is absolutely acting, right, as headwinds and tailwinds against the indices. Okay, so if we see this thing take off, headwind, we see this thing fall, especially if it breaks this, the indices are going to scream higher. Okay, so there's crude oil. All right, now onto the precious metals. Big deal here. Okay, here's gold. All right, we had, get rid of all this stuff. Okay, we had this pullback. All right, that pullback went to and through its target. So we have this extension short from March 3rd. Okay, traded once right here, twice, and it finally pierced, just squeezed up, and it pierced that short. Finally, that's a trend change. Okay, on the daily charts. So where are we now? Well, funny you should ask, I'll tell you. All right, from these lows, we had these pullbacks, right? They hadn't hit their target yet. We have now hit this target and gone through it. That is beautiful, right? So we're taking this high, which was, that high is on 10 a.m. on Monday the 23rd, so last Monday. Okay, that highs to highs. All right, see how it broke the first time, but now we've made a new high. Okay, so highs to highs right there. That's what, if gold's going to go straight up, that's where it's going to do it from. But look at that. That is just gorgeous. We've been waiting for that for a while, right? So gold finally broke that. Now, there'd be nothing surprising at all about a full pullback, right? Because we broke the extension short, or yeah, we broke the extension short. So there'd be nothing surprising about us making this pullback. That's a back to Brinks trap type pullback. You're going to see this probably, if we ever do make that pullback, you're more than likely going to see it get front run. Okay, meaning not let it get down to the 50%. But as of right now, we got these extensions below us. Pretty cool, huh? For those that follow this and have seen all the opportunities, that trend break is awesome, right? That trend break is awesome. All right, so we'll see. Right now, just grinding higher. Not a whole lot to do right here at this exact moment. We can watch these pullbacks if we get them. Watch for like a 1 hour bar to close green or something along those lines. Look for a little reversal coming off of this extension into targets, and then we could take off. Right? These extensions break, they'll probably be short setups down into this pullback. Okay? Pretty awesome. All right, silver. Now remember, silver had broken that extension short a while back. So I'm going to delete this short. Now the bank is broken, or gold has broken that short. Okay, silver had already done that and made its pullback. Okay, here was the short here that gold just broke. All right, right there. Silver had already broken it and held this first pullback. Okay, targets are up here at 78. Now, this is what's awesome, like awesome level 10 is there's the target, 150. Okay, from this pullback. Okay, so that's pretty cool. All right, so here's what we're watching inside of this. Haven't gotten up to these targets yet. So we could have this pullback, right? From these lows to highs. We'll just keep trailing this as we go up. Right now, it's just going straight up. Right now, we're just going straight up. But if we do make a pullback, right, it would just be from these lows on the 26th, last Thursday, lows to highs. Okay, but right now, it's just going up in this tiny little series. If you drill down to like the 5 minute, you would see a pullback there. You'd see a lows to highs pullback there. And that's hitting its target. So you'd have another little pullback from here to that high, looking for blah, blah, blah. Just super small if you're trading intraday. But these are the big moves. These are the big money makers right here. All right. So I added some silver stuff this morning. One of the miners. All right. So pretty cool. Precious metals. We've been talking about it for about almost a week now to really keep an eye on them, because there could be some awesome opportunities. Okay, so there we go. There we go. There's the precious metals. Now, the one thing with the indices, okay, is the dollar, right? Now we're kind of in a little bit of a pickle. All right. Here's DXY. Now, from these lows on Monday, last Monday, okay, to highs, there is a pullback there. All right. Now, DXY is just an index, right? This is not the dollar, just a bunch of different currencies in an index. All right. And then we have our shorts from highs. So DXY can lie. So it's much easier to just look at the euro right now. Okay. Because remember, over 50% of this is made up of the euro. Okay. So, but this falling, all right, dollar weakness most of the time, this rising dollar strength. All right. Now, when you look at the actual currencies here, okay, here's the dollar yen. There's its pullback. Okay. And if this lifts off, more than likely, that's going to be dollar strength. That's going to put a headwind against the indices and the precious metals. Not saying they're going to go down. It's going to be a lot harder for them to go up and easier to go down. Okay, and that dollar yen is drawn from the low on the 19th to our highs on the 29th, right there. So what I was watching this morning is we had these pullbacks off of highs, and there's their target, and we went through the target. So to go straight down, we would have had to hold that extension, and we didn't. We broke it. So could there be other resistance levels? Absolutely, there could be. Okay, just none that we know about yet. All right. So we're going to have to watch. Excuse me. We're going to have to watch if this starts lifting off, right? More than light, as long as the euro is falling, that's going to be dollar strength. That's going to put a headwind against the indices of precious metals. Now, if it bounces and fails, awesome, more dollar weakness. Everything's going to have a nice tailwind behind it. Okay. Now, moving on to the euro. Okay, here's the euro. I'm currently short the euro right now. So we'll see if that works out. This is if it breaks that, I'll move my stop to my entry. Do I know if it's going to work? No, I have no idea. That's just what I'm supposed to do when it gets here. So from our highs on March 23rd to our lows on March 30th, right there, we traded almost to the pip right there. Right. So if we see this roll over, okay, you can see how this is correlated with that right there. Right. So if this rolls over, dollar strength, and the dollar yen rises, dollar strength. Okay. If for some reason we continue to push through, all right, there'd be nothing wrong with that either. That's going to be dollar weakness. Okay. So we'll see. So if these do, if the dollar yen bounces off that long and the euro sells off from this short, then indices are not saying they're going to go down. I'm just going to say that it's going to be a lot harder for them to get a substantial rally going. Okay. So we'll see. I mean, who knows? Right? Who knows? Nice move though. Nice move back into this resistance level. All right. Targets are down here. All right. Let's see what we got going on. All right. So VIX touched its low right to the tick. Okay. So now that makes me, or it should make you too, nervous, not nervous, but understanding that since we've touched the bottom here, right, and we didn't go through it, at least not yet, that we could bounce right back to the top. Okay, so this here, this draw in the middle that's already held once, we have to, it's a little suspect, okay, because we touched the bottom of the range, but we'll see. All right, this is the best that we could hope for, like right now, with everything going on, to have any sort of bullishness. Okay, so we'll see, right? We could just get stuck in a range, who knows? All right, but if this rises, that's obviously back to the top of its range, then, the indices are going to roll over. Okay, but if it continues to go sideways to down, right, that's kind of what we're going into the afternoon with, sideways to down on the VIX, sideways to higher on the indices. That's what markets are telling us this moment. Okay, so we'll see. All right, so we got that. What do we got? Bank doing? Not a whole lot. Looks like it's trying to hold this a little short from highs. It's still got room to pull back, right? I'm not even going to draw that up. We'll just watch it from here. All right, so if we see bank roll over, the VIX make this little squeeze back to the top of the range, we'll see the indices kind of fall until the VIX gets to resistance. Okay, but they're being very buoyant, right? The indices are very buoyant right now. What's NASDAQ doing? Yep, very buoyant, right? So sideways to higher on the indices, sideways to high, whatever, sideways on bank, sideways to lower on the VIX. That's how I go into the afternoon. All right, dollar, not doing a whole lot. We're still getting some dollar weakness. That's pretty awesome right there. Right, that's going to really help our precious metals and everything else. Is gold going to make a new high, or silver going to make a new high? That would be fantastic. Man, these precious metals, guys, if you get a chance on a pullback, you can better believe it, I'm going to be right there with you. All right. See, no new highs yet. No new highs yet. But if we start making new highs and the VIX continues to fall, don't try to stand in front of the indices. That's not going to be good for your health. Okay? Man, I almost just jacked myself again. I'm going to have to do something about that. There we go. Non-contact injury. All right. Thanks, Mr. Press. Okay, any questions, guys, or anything you guys missed? Want to see again? It's pretty quick, right? When you guys don't ask about a lot of stocks or anything. Whoa. There's going to be a bunch of stops up there too, guys. All right. We're trying to push through. Remember, there's a ton of fuel. Don't be more fuel. All right. So bank isn't going down. VIX is going down. Dollar weakness looks good, right? We continue to grind higher. Go markets go. There is a ton of fuel. Look at silver. Let's see if gold's ripping too. Man, that's beautiful to see. After the beat down, especially the precious metals. There we go. Nice. All right. Oh, new lows on the VIX. Okay, now what we're going to have to watch is when we get into these 25.95s. Okay, do you guys understand where that is? Why that's a big deal? Because that could just throw a freaking wrench into something. Oh, new high on NQ. Okay. All right. This long is what we used to start this whole mess. Okay. And that's down at these 2260s. That low was on March 23rd, TradingView. I don't know if you have that or not, that low, but it's 2260. That's what started this whole thing, those 2260s. All right, we never did get our 35s on the VIX, but we'll see. So that's why this is such a big deal. Man, we get news come out or something? Thank you, Ms. Tamika. This is not. All right. Okay, something's going on. Okay, that's news. All right, so remember I said sideways to higher? I meant just higher. Look at our financials. That had to be news. Can somebody check? Because I don't want to be on my phone on the call here. That's a nasty high tick. 1471. Very rarely do we get something that high. Somebody check True Social or one of those. Man, there goes I don't have a real good feeling about my euro short anymore. All right. Oh, now I got alerts. Here comes the carnival. Here comes there's another alert. See all these alerts going off? My gosh. Here comes the carnival. Don't be surprised if you hear some more alerts going on. All right. There had to be news. Can somebody please check on that? All right, fine. I'm looking. Oh, there we go. Oh, thank you, Tyler. Iran's president states they're prepared to end the war. I like how they say they're prepared to end the war if they receive guarantees. All right, so we'll see, guys. Enjoy the ride if you're long. If you're long the precious metals or long anything on the indices, enjoy the ride. It's been a long time coming, if this is the case. Right? Yeah, good to know Iran's going to let us in the war. Anyway, don't get me started on that. But, all right, so what we're going to watch here. All right, 16, round down to 15, subtract a tick, 10. We need to break the 10s and trade 05s, right? Is that right, Tamika? 16, 15, 10, 05. Yes, we need to trade 05s. All right. There we go. If we trade 05s, indices are out of the woods for a while until we get all the way back to those stupid 1580s to highs, which is way down here. Wow. Smoke them if you got them. By the way, Tyler, well done picking up my reference from this morning. I saw the Instagram. I'm glad somebody picked up on that. That was good. Good work, man. Anybody see my pretty fly for a white guy IG Instagram that he put out? All right. All right. Oh man, there's another alert going off on my phone. It is like a carnival around here right now. Okay. All right, guys, any questions? I wouldn't stand in front of the indices if you're going to ask me that one. Don't ask me where the top is. Don't play top picker. Fun game, very expensive. All right. It's like Eddie's dog, right? If he gets a hold of you, best to just let him finish. Little Mississippi Leghound in him. All right. All right. All right, everybody, let's have a great afternoon. Lots of opportunities getting ready to present themselves. Don't chase, but lots of opportunities getting ready to present themselves, especially these precious metals, guys. We're going to be jumping all over these pullbacks. Now, before we get to GC broke SD. What's SD? Daily short? You mean the daily short? Yeah. Broke that. What were you asking, Ty? I don't know what SD means. Stock ads? Did gold break stock ads? Short draw. Yes, absolutely. Yep, sure did. Yeah, it pierced. Good to go. That's the daily short that broke. That's pretty awesome. I just lost my screen. Okay, so before we get too excited, we got to break this short. Got to break this short. So what we can watch now, let's do this. Find out where we are here. All right, now remember, it's no problem for the VIX to go down in extensions and the indices to go up in extensions. No problem there at all. So we'll see. Straight down is going to be from here. There's your straight down or not at all. Okay, and that's drawn from this low here, 10:15, 10 o'clock this morning. There's your straight down or not at all. Meaning not at all, it's just going to make a larger pullback. All right, so that's a 25.83, round up 85, I'd take 90. Okay, so 25.90s and below. All right, 25.90s and below. All right, anchor for long draw on GC. Oh, look at that, just smacked it, didn't it? We'll see. Well, Ty, there are two. There is an extension long now that we can draw up. We don't know it's here yet. It hadn't traded yet. But from our highs on the 23rd, it's a highs. All right, because that was the original draw here. Right there. That was that original draw, Ty, remember? That finally hit its target right up here. Remember, it was flirting with our target. Ty kept flirting with it, never actually got there. We actually got there, and now we've made a higher high, so we can use that. Right, and then we've got our low down here from the 23rd. All right. So this could be our first opportunity if that holds. We don't know if it's going to hold yet because we haven't traded it. So we'll see when we get down there. That makes sense, Ty? Good to go? Okay. All right, guys. Any other questions? Any other questions? All right. Just be smart. All right, let's get this thing to break. Don't chase. This pullback's going to be a chase. That's going to be fuel. That's going to be the chasers. Okay, they're going to get smacked. All right, so we'll see here. It could be wild. Just keep that in mind, right? Could be wild, whatever, but we'll see. Oh, look, my euro short's still holding now. Not stopped out yet. All right. Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. Tyler, you got us. Good times here.
Yep.
All right. Good times. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Aaron. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, everybody. We will be back tomorrow live at 8:15 a.m. No ticker Tinder. Duke wasn't able to get here today with his work schedule. So, but we'll be back tomorrow morning. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hopefully everybody had a good day. And we'll see you all tomorrow.